Why, hello. Get everything fired up here. Get all ready to rock. Figure out what we'll dive into first here. We have a couple little things to tackle. So, we need eventually to do icons. That is going to require me to relearn enough Inkscape to make them, I think. So that might not be super interesting just yet. We have a couple little bugs as well. We're going to need a terminal. We will need to fix up our deleting of a... There's a case we missed in deleting deleting connections when we delete a tile. There's a use case or an edge case. So if we delete this, for example, there's no longer a connection from this room to over here, right? This one comes back, and we allow that. We'll allow one-way connections. That's a valid thing to do. And I forgot to turn them down. It's Sunday. Nothing important should be coming in. We'll just mute that. Okay, so this is valid, but when we delete this tile, we need to add a confirmation dialog to say, hey, do you really want to delete a tile? Because we don't make you apply that change. And it'd be a pain in the butt to do that. So I think I just want to guard it with a dialog. But when we do that, it doesn't clean up this orphan connection. And then if you were over here and you tried to go over, things would be bad. And in fact, if we were to try to delete this, it should panic and fall over. This was 3-2. So if we did that... Oh, it doesn't panic. I guess we handled that correctly. All right, I'll take that. That's a win. But we do need to get rid of that missing connection. So why don't we tackle the confirmation dialog first? I think that's going to be the easiest step. It'll be a nice warm-up to get going today. So we'll just kind of tackle that. Let me refresh this because it has decided to freeze. All right. So we're going to need a dialog. And this I'm quite happy to have cover the screen. That's fine. We don't need to click on anything in here other than accept or cancel, right? Perfectly good. And then this, yeah, cancel bar or add cancel to bar, which... Oh, add bottom bar, right. Okay, bar is a core frame. Okay. That we'll want to fire in... And let me just double check. So that's a new body we create. but it hangs the dialogue, run dialogue, gets the context of button. I think that might have bearing on where it displays. So we might have to play with where we hang that off of, but the delete action actually gets taken care of in button bar. Apply. Cancel, delete. Here we go. This is... we send off... delete signal. That's where I answer. So before we send this is where we need to do. So on click, we need to have. We'll follow our example here. We'll just create a new body. We'll add a bottom bar to it. We'll run the dialogue in the context, or give it the context of probably the form parent to start with, to see if that gets us kind of where we want for a convenient button to click. We might give it button bar if that works better. I don't know. We'll start. I don't want to call it D though. Just call it dialogue. Hey Jazz, how's it going? You're early as heck today. Must mean there's no unexpected social functions to attend. This is, the text will be actually, hang on. This just needs to be, yes, best day in a while. Happy to join this early, right? Does that mean it's one of those days where you just get to stay inside of your fortress of solitude and be an indoor kid and relax? Because those are the bestest best days. So confirm will show up here. Okay, yeah. So let's try like that, and then we'll put a text in there just like they did. And then we can also do they have this handy dandy little helper that should make it smaller, I think. And then set text is hey Engad, how's it going? Pardon me. We'll do that, and then we'll do add the button bar, bottom bar. Like so. I don't want to do that. This is that. This goes on the bar. Absolutely, I'm getting worse each year. What about you? Had a nice day so far. I'm getting better each year. Better at what is the word now? Protecting my peace. Is that what the kids say? I just, you know, I just don't have time for for nonsense anymore, you know? In the OK, we're going to fire this stuff. And then double check. I think their cancel comes first, which feels kind of weird to me. Maybe I'm crazy? I don't know. But yeah, sorry, I get distracted. What about me? Had a nice day so far. It's been okay. I had an email nibble on a message I sent out on a Hacker News Who Wants to Be Hired post. So, you know, I mean, that's encouraging, but it means virtually nothing. So, like, you know, I'll take it. I want to put my cancel after. I don't know if that's technically correct, but add cancel. This also goes on to bar on click. Like so. And then on a cancel, I think we just call refresh select tile. That'll reload anything. How do I earn money? I make games or what's up? No, I used to be a software developer and then I got laid off. So now I look for jobs. I'm kind of just coasting and trying to get a new gig. That should be enough to get us running. So if I come in here, I click delete. Oh, I forgot to call. You silly. Silly. Oof, that's tough. Yeah, it's a real crap time to be looking for jobs. Let's see, this goes after, yes. This is... Oh, hey, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate that. Let's see here. Run dialog, that's what it was. And then the context we'll give it, we decided was foreign parent as a first test to see where that puts it. I'm subbed on YT and followed on Twitch. I appreciate that. I appreciate all of the subs and the follows and the chats and the people that just come hang out, you know? It makes this... Okay, I don't like that. It makes this more fun, right? I don't like it being there, but if I click OK, life is good. If I try to delete this one, I click cancel. Perfect. I don't know about popular. A little bit of growth, a little bit, you know? It's funny enough, it's like the most encouraging thing I've tried lately, right? Like in the sense of like I'm seeing progress in something outside of, you know, code projects, but that's a different creature. And then everything happy, good, perfect, love that. Oh, and also Jazz says hello to YouTube viewers. Okay, so there's that. Let's try putting this down here on the button container and see if that's a little bit better or not. Have I ever thought of making a game full-time? Sure, but it's really hard to get into the game industry, and yes, I like that better. I would prefer it to scooch over a little bit, I think, but oh, hey, thanks for the follow. It's follow day, apparently. Digital Prophecy Games, that's a cool name. It's hard to get into the game industry, and to go indie, like, I would need to live while I make it, right? So all right, so I think I liked it better. It's a little bit wonky that it's I would like it to be like here, but I don't know that I can do that. Curious what happens if I make this big just for fun. Then it goes there still. Okay. Feel like there was some discussion on this that I saw scrolling past in their Slack. Why? Okay, Slack, you're not dark mode again. Why have you done this to me? And I can never remember. References? There we go. Dark. Save that. I mean, you can work on it part-time, then get a working prototype, then you can run a GoFundMe or something, then you can go full-time. I mean, yeah. That still is, you know, it's a lot of work to stand up a game or any project. I mean, keep these streams in the background because it's fun while I play or work on projects. Yeah, lots of people do. They enjoy having, they call it body doubling. They enjoy having somebody else in the room because it kind of helps them to be present and focus, or just makes a nice background noise. And I'm totally happy to provide that if it's helpful to people. That's what I was looking for. I was looking for dialogue. Was it here or was it on GitHub? Game market is so saturated. Even if you create something very nice, it's just so many of them, and good ones too. Yeah, that's also true. The nice thing is that indies are getting a lot of love these days, which is cool because even I mostly play indie games. There's more cool stuff out there that's fun rather than playing the next Call of Battlefield 27, right? I think one of the last big name games I played was probably Baldur's Gate 3. But I've been playing Void Crew with my friends that we meet up once a week, remotely because they moved and then I became a nomad. So we meet up, online once a week to play games all night. Well, not all night, but all evening. So we've been playing Void Crew, and I think before that, the biggest name I've probably played was probably Helldivers 2. All you need is one platformer with unique physics or something, or even RPG makes stuff fun. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of platformers though. And that's the problem, right? One of the biggest things about, you see a lot of people saying, well, games cost so much more to make nowadays. One of the biggest things is marketing. That's like one of the biggest costs, right? Otherwise, just like Jazz was saying, how do you stand out amongst all the other things? And I also have pretty much no interest in making a platformer. Let's see. I was looking for this. I can do, not that. Find in this channel, dialogue. I would love passive income, right? Dialogue centering is a thing that they want to work on, but have not, as of January. I have to live with the active kind? Yeah, right? I also started to work on a game, then I burned out. It was kind of like just Minecraft, but 2D, if you know what I mean. Well, I mean, it's probably more confusing for Jazz, because I can see both chats. And I'm not a game developer, but Thor of Pirate Software has been and is a game developer. And even he tells people, don't make it your primary income stream. Make it because you want to make it because it's fun. Get a job anywhere else doing anything else to pay the bills. And then you don't have that pressure on yourself that will make you, oh, I don't know, burn out and stop making your 2D Minecraft game. And that guy's pretty smart. I have a great deal of respect for his opinions. Only the brain rot kind games that gives a ton of money? I mean, it depends, right? I love Thor, but he really annoys me nowadays. Well, that's a shame. I don't watch him, like, religiously. I don't like shorts in general, like short form content. I haven't liked them since Vines, right? But that's mostly what I watch of his, is just shorts. You get the interesting takes and opinions, you know? Let's see. Yes, I was looking at this. This is apparently a squirrel kind of day, right? Custom layout feature, which we will document on the website soon. Right, on a parent widget. That sucks, though. Of course, the custom layout position I just described doesn't work for dialogues. Oops. I also think brain rot is popular nowadays, at least most for normal day-to-day people. Clicky, yeah. Once again, we meet at last. How the turns have tabled. How's it going, Ash? Everybody's early today. It must be a quiet Sunday. How's up? It's uppy. Looks like it's a little windy today, but it's also blue. Here, anyway. Clouds on the horizon. Looks like a pretty good day for up. I'm always early to your stream, then I leave, then join back after like 2 hours. Yep. You do. You fly around. I was going to play some Factorial, but my friend who I'm teaching coding has had questions and problems through the whole day, so I kind of lost the will to try and focus on game. Gotcha. It do be like that. I'm waiting for him to stop coding so I no longer have intermittent chat pings every 20 to 50 minutes. Yup. But it's rad that your buddy's trying, though, at least, right? I don't have the heart to just D&D or tell him off to stop pinging, right? A lot of times people will come in Like even here sometimes, but just in general, people will come into a programming community of some kind and they'll say, hey, I want to learn how to program. And you're like, okay, great. Here's some resources. And then they realize that it's hard, right? And they stop. Taught him Python and Django. He learned himself HTML and CSS. Now I'm helping him TypeScript and React, which is where I know some basics about it. Gotcha. Good guy Ash doing his good deed for the day. Ash is just running around being a helpful human, you know? It's how he be. But it's a bad, ugly, bad language. Yes. I shudder to think about JavaScript. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. It makes me deeply unhappy to write it. Thus, the cogent. What are your thoughts on OSRS? I don't know what that is. So it looks like there's no center, there was no control over dialogues just yet. Like an old school RuneScape. Gotcha. I have heard of it. I've never played it. That would be... Let's take a look. I want to say that would have been 2013 is when it came out. I think I was playing WoW still back then. It has this spread operator, which almost smells kind of like Rust struct update syntax, but it very explicitly makes shallow copies of objects. Okay, no biggie as long as it's communicated. Instead, people recommend using object.assign to clone objects, which works kind of like the spread operator, but at least it's also shallow copy. So, like, what's the point then there? It's actually a 2007 version of the game that came out in 2013, so they invented time travel. I think because of people hated the new update. They must have really hated it if they invented time travel just to go back and do a older version. I assume you meant 2017. ...2013 was Wrath of the Lich King for me. Man, did I love that game. Right. Wrath was alright. I had the most fun in Kata. No, not Kata. Gosh, the other one, Burning Crusade. Burning Crusade was my favorite. Horde got pallies, and I was a Tankadin, and I loved it. It was so much fun. I had a group that I ran with a lot. That was like a subgroup within the guild that were pushing... Because we were in a raid guild. We were noobs. But we were pushing to get keyed for Karazhan. And so we geared up and we rolled into our first Hellfire Ramparts. And I'll never forget. I was like, all right, let's just see what Heroic is all about. And I did the first poll of like the 3 or 4 orcs. And we just wiped right there on the first one. I was like, oh, we're in a whole new world now. Even better with TypeScript, the REST API toolkit we're using allows you to set what type of object you expect to receive from the backend. So LSP can tell you what the object looks like. Well, it turns out that the toolkit doesn't actually do any type validation. It just accepts whatever the backend sends. The object you receive, even if TypeScript tells you is one thing, may not actually be that thing at all. It's like the worst parts of dynamic language, but with an incorrect illusion that's actually strong with types. Yeah, I got the same feeling from TypeScript as I did from Python type hints. Like, it's better than nothing, but it's not really it's not really type safety. It requires you to put in a lot of effort to do the right thing. Yeah, no cap, it is the 2007 version of the game they re-released in 2013. Gotcha. Okay, so we don't have control over where this guy pops up, really. We can give it a context, and that'll kind of guide it to where it wants to be. So it's kind of just going to pop up where it goes, which is probably fine. Whenever I can choose, I use JavaScript and use Zod. That's enough for me. I haven't heard of Zod. Python type hints are basically adding comments to signal types and asking programmers to play nice and make sure the types are really are correct. TypeScript is not much more than that, but in a compiler, yeah, in a compiler form. Okay, chat. It's time for UX decisions. Does this look better? Or does this look better? This is less chance of accidentally clicking OK, but it's also, you got to move more. I saw Zod as part of TS Rest, but we moved to RTKQ since it's integrated with Redux a little nicer. TS you meant. So like effectively, this or this? Which better? This or this? It's basically just which context we give it that puts it in a place. And I can't really put it like in the middle of the screen, even if I wanted to. Anyway, there's U.rs, which feels and looks very much like React, but you write it in Rust and it compiles to WebAssembly, so I can use the same language for my UI. The downside is that it's 0.21, so not all functionality is yet matched, and there's some holes. I vote for down in the corner, but what do I know? You know C#, and you know lots of things. You know at least enough to start making a game. How's that going, by the way? Oh, I was saying middle of the screen might be best, right? Yeah. So we don't have a reference to everything because this lives in the edit bar, right? So we would have to jump through some hoops to get it into the middle. And I'm not sure it's worth it. Let's go so you could just make a global variable. Except for these guys live in different packages. Edit bar is a package, and so is the map widget. That's why. What's MUD? Multi-user dungeon. Think of like Zork, but played in MMO format. Yeah, middle of the screen would be best. Yeah. Also, global variable is an ick. Yes, it is. But like, sometimes it's valid, right? I would probably be okay with a global for that. I wouldn't like it super much, but I wouldn't hate myself super much either, so. Let's see if we can figure out a clever way to give it, to get that context in there. Let's look at the docs page again. Yeah, even this one kind of hangs off of that, right? Also, I'm using the word just ironically. I've become very skeptical of the attitude I've come to call justism. Yes. Whenever someone says in an engineering or coding context something that sounds like, why don't you just, it's usually a sign they're talking out their bum and haven't thought the thing through. Yes and no. I mean, I've caught myself doing that as well, but it's because I have this conception that it's less steps in some way, shape, or form, and I don't mean it to be like trivializing the problem. But yeah, there's a number of people that have talked about that recently. Like, why don't you just? Crying in second language English and using just a lot, right? Right? Yes, that's what just usually implies. But in my experience, 90% of the time, it turns out to be a false belief. I mean, yeah, that's fair. But like, one of the things that I try to do is, I'm also second language English, actually more like third. Gotcha. One of the things that I try to do is to just, yeah, right, assume that people aren't trying to be jerks until they prove otherwise. So like, if somebody says, well, you could just do this, like, I just omit the justness of it, right? And evaluate the idea for what it truly is or is not. Stop kicking jazz. Gosh. We can make one that takes up a full window. That's crap, though. Well, there's uses for it, but not in this case. I don't want a new window. Oh, we could maybe use close here, actually, instead of reloading. Is that what they just said? Oh, it's seen. Scene close. I'm gonna go now. See you. Got to play some games. All right, awesome. Have fun. Thanks for swinging by. Tried to give people benefit of the doubt, but a domain tech lead for my work team who advised me on my project had a bunch of justism like, why are you designing a complex solution to managing root passwords? Just use solution X, which already exists. Well, I listened, and the people who provide solution X explicitly didn't want to support this type of use, so now we still don't have root passwords, and we're implementing my original solution in Q3. I mean, but that's just software, right? The original idea was good, don't get me wrong, and I agreed with it, but it turned out to be more complex and harder than the initial just. I mean, but yeah, but that's software. Like, it's soft, right? And the way to discover what the best way to do a thing is to try it. And if it doesn't work, then you back out and try the other thing, right? Now, ideally, we get it right the first time. We evaluate and we make a proof of concept, and then we rewrite the proof of concept because those are always crap. But that's just not reality. We can't be right every time, right? I liked the Primogen has a thing he says sometimes where he says something to the effect of, in my experience, the only way to know how to write a thing is to write it twice. Holy crap, that's a big dust storm just kicked up. Just like a gust. If that keeps up, I gotta close my windows to not get dust in here. I cleaned half a parking lot of gravel off of my counters the other day because a dust storm kicked up and blew it in. Well, you're saying very sensible things, so I guess what I dislike is attitude and people who are full of justisms and hardly do anything else except shoot those around. Yeah. And a lot of that, too, though, I have experienced, and I have to be careful about when I get that sort of feedback, is whenever somebody's telling you, giving you feedback on a thing you've made, by nature of that interaction, they have to call your baby ugly, right? And so there's this knee-jerk reaction that I have where, like, I get defensive. I want to be defensive. And I got to, like, really try to step back and say, they're trying to help me, and they're not trying to call my baby ugly. They're trying to help me make my baby prettier. You know? And absolutely, you can have people that are not that, right? But, like, you know, egotistical people and whatever else. But, like, I try not to default to letting myself become defensive like that. And when I try to give feedback, I also, I try to be conscious of, and instead of saying, well, why don't you just, I try to say, have you looked at this thing? Is there a reason that you didn't go with that? Like, explain your thinking and try to kind of end run around that natural reaction that way. You won't believe what just happened 13 minutes ago. I wrote in my Discord server, if I were writing a MUD right now, it'd be a Go server with Lua for the game logic. Then I opened YouTube and your stream was recommended to be right on the main page. I haven't searched anything about Go in ages, let alone MUDs. YouTube is watching you, Calliope. But unfortunately, it's got it wrong because my game logic is in Go. We also have a lot of justism on my team, but most of the time people don't know better. Yeah, because no one taught them, which is sad. We have no knowledge sharings anymore. Yeah, and a lot of the times, especially in an enterprise scenario, that's because they have created the market that they want, which is where everybody job hops every 2 years and the tribal knowledge isn't valued, right? So there's, like, not a lot of that tribal knowledge to share in the first place. And it almost gets, like, competitive to where sharing knowledge almost feels like it's going to disadvantage you and you're going to lose your job because you're going to get replaced, or they're going to decide, well, we don't even need you anymore because we have this other person and they know everything you do, right? Let's see, we need a body. Well, I'd suggest you embed Lua so people can modify login without recompiling. But that's weak sauce. Implement your own language instead so you can then code your game in a worse language without tooling, LSP debugger, editor support. Real programmers, TM, implement their own languages, right? Modify game. Oh, yeah, modify log. Yeah, okay, yeah. Modify game. I think I read that as logic, but yeah. Yeah, I thought about that, but I don't know yet for sure. That whole aspect of things is another kind of big nebulous cloud of I don't know. Yes, dialogue. That's what I was doing. That was a bit of sarcasm please don't. Later on, you consider modability with Lua if the server goes far enough, becomes popular. Yeah. And that's why I haven't done it. Like, it's an idle thought that has come across my mind, but like, my appetite to borrow the Basecamp vernacular for the project will need to still be there once I get to the point where it runs and I can make a thing, right? And I don't know like exactly how I want to deal with it once it gets to that point. Like, do I just open source it and say, here you go? Or what? Do I like sell it for $1? I don't know. I don't think that many people are going to be interested in it, right? So I don't know. And that also kind of would have bearing on what I want to do with it. Like, if I'm just done with it, then here you go. If you want to mod it, if you want to change the logic, you got to write Go. But the editor is intended to be reasonably complete for the sake of being able to build a game with it, right? This is exactly what I wanted to see today. Awesome. We need to get a reference to the center of the screen. And I don't know that. We would have to pass it down. I don't think I can get... Can I get the viewport? Can I move this in some way, shape, or form? Center of the window, not screen, methinks. Explain the difference? Screen as in monitor? Yeah, no, not that. Center of the window, yeah, yes. Does your MUD support proper Telnet clients like the traditional ones used for MUDs, or are you implementing a custom client as well? From what I understand, it seems like you chose the second option. Am I right? You are correct. Right now, it has its own client that is still very, very simple. But Telnet clients, yes, I interpret screen equals monitor. Gotcha, yeah. Yeah. Screen, I did mean window. You are correct in that. But yeah, I have thought about implementing support for the old Telnet clients and stuff like that, but I don't know. Maybe. Although technically it could also be a virtual screen, such as in multiple desktops. Yeah, but that sooner or later also means monitor, unless you're crazy like me and subdivide their monitor into virtual screens, which is useful on those ultra wides. Yes. You'll notice that I can do things like this and have a screen halfway on my IDE, because I am also on an ultra wide. And I loves it for everything but games. The fact that so many games are still broken to this day on ultra wides is deeply annoying to me. And it also makes streaming hard because I have to like crop to half a screen so that you guys don't get wonky ratios, which I think would present as like a letterboxed tiny screen. Screen, window. I ran with 2 or 3 monitors for a long time, but then I realized I could just go ultra wide and 2 virtual screens. And it's the same thing. I like the functionality of separate screens without a seam between them. Yeah, exactly. Bezels got me. That's why I eventually decided to jump into the ultra wide world. I use tiling window managers, so it's not that different between ultra wide and 2 virtual screens, but games and stuff like to run full screen, and that helps. Yeah. Yeah, I don't, this is just vanilla Pop OS, whatever they called their old, window manager. I forget the name of it. And it's fine. I prefer, Plasma, KDE Plasma. I'm really not a fan of GNOME in general, but this just, it hasn't annoyed me enough to switch this one yet. It came with Pop on it, and I just ran it. I said I'll explore it. I kind of liked their, they have like a tiling mode, but it's real buggy. So I kind of liked it for a laptop especially, but then it started to be neglected, I think, because it slowly got worse over time. I think it's just a case of bit rot. Isn't default on Pop something like GNOME? Yeah, it's GNOME based. Heavily hacked, perhaps, but still GNOME. Yeah, yeah. At its root, it's still GNOME. But it does, you can do like screen snapping, like half snapping, like I can do that and stuff still. Which is how I kind of sort of intuitively want to interact with Windows anyway. Probably from Fedora. KDE is a good option if you ever wanted to switch. Yeah. I ran Fedora a long time ago before I really YOLO'd into the world. It has the same problem that Ubuntu does, though, where a lot of the stuff in the repos gets old fast. Well, I will likely go to Cosmic once it's a bit more stable. For now, I'm on Hyperland, mostly because it turns Wayland into something nearly functional, and there's some features Wayland has that I really need an X11 doesn't have. I've had very bad experiences with KDE each time I tried it. Huh, interesting. I have, in general, had good experiences with KDE, and it sort of aligns with how I want to interact with my window manager, because I came from a Windows world, and it's closer to that, or you can make it closer to that. I like Pop. Tried the alpha with the new Cosmic Desktop 2. Seemed good, but not quite there yet. Yeah, that's what everybody says, is that it's promising, but there's still a lot of stuff to do to make it production ready, so to speak. But I feel the same way about Wayland. Every time I've tried Wayland, some critical thing that just has to work for a modern OS is broken. I think the last time it was, there wasn't yet a way to allow a window that didn't have focus to get key clicks or key presses or mouse clicks. So like hotkeys in Discord were just broken. And I'm like, well, that doesn't help me at all. I think they fixed that since, but I'm tiling Window Manager for life, but Cosmic has a large array of widgets built, and it can be configured as a fully tiling Window Manager, and individual workspaces toggled to floating if needed. Yeah. I hear it's very, very promising, and a lot of people I've seen have been talking about trying it out and being pretty happy. Out of Wayland Window Manager's tiling, only Hyperland has support to screen share partial screen for screen sharing software. I think GNOME can do it, and KDE probably too, but I won't run any of those if I can help it. Yeah, I mean, that's like the beauty of the Linux ecosystem, right? Is you can make the thing you want by assembling different bits and pieces, and you can have your customized, preferred, comfy, cozy, place out in your workstation. And whatever that looks like for you, and whatever distro you prefer, awesome. That's what you should use. I keep getting super distracted. Viewport. That's what I was going to look at. Can I get a viewport? Yeah, and it's super easy to change when you can put your entire config in to get, yeah. I really don't, like, I don't like spending a ton of time customizing things. It annoys me. Like, I just want to use a thing that's decent out of the box, and I'll learn a couple little things. It's fine, right? So I don't have like a dot file repo, but I know that the dot file repo is like a huge deal for a lot of people, and I'm glad that that functionality exists for them, because if you could just pull your config, that'd be great. You know, that's an awesome UX. Sorry, I'll shut up and switch to some gaming while... No, you're good. You're good. It's good to just have a chat. Like, that's kind of, you know, why I'm here. Like I always say, if I wanted to sit down and write code in silence, I wouldn't be on a stream. Having an interesting chat going is interesting for me, and hopefully for everybody else too. Viewport. Is that a thing in Cogent? Unknown value, you say? Would it be in... And I can't search because it's a WASM app. Position by direction on a grid with a gap, alignment, justify. I guess the other thing we could do is we could have like a confirmation thing and tie that into the message bus maybe. Hi sir, what will be the best platform or guide to learn programming? Well, got a couple things for you. Oh, I have grabbed the wrong window again. Here we go. The first thing, exorcism. I'll drop you a link here. I'll drop you a link here. This is free. Pick a language that you're interested in for a project and look for ones that have learning mode. Learning mode is going to be really important to you because if you go to learning mode, they have this and it'll walk you through. This is like, hello world. Here's how Booleans work. Here's how strings work. Follow the learning path first and then go into practice or into your own project if you feel confident, right? You can practice, you can work on your own, you can do whatever. The other good resource that you can have roadmap.sh. And I'll drop you a linky link and a linky link. So here you can pick a thing that you're interested in. Do you want to become a front-end dev or you want to learn some front-end skills? Great. Here's some stuff you can start learning about, right? And then all of these, like let's say we get down and we're like, all right, JavaScript, learn the basics. There's free resources and there's for paid resources. But also this will give you some introduction to like what you can look for, you know, so if we go to this and you start going through here, look, there's all this great stuff, but it's also going to build your vocabulary, your Google vocabulary, right? Your search vocabulary, because you don't know what questions to ask in the beginning. So if you start working through stuff like this, you're going to start to learn what are the right words that I need to search when you do get stuck, right? So it looks like a short list, but there's a lot of value packed in there. And they have all kinds, skill-based. You want to learn C++, great. Here's some stuff. Introduction to language, great. This is just right here for you for free. Otherwise, you got other stuff down here. Fantastic, right? Yeah, I'm really glad coding streams have been gaining in popularity the past few years. It's a lot to be gained through discussion, a lot to be gained through discussion about projects and such. Yeah, absolutely. Roadmap is nice. They have something for every language. Yeah. All kinds of really, really good resources there just to get the ball rolling. And then Exorcism has practice problems and stuff to kind of get you going. At least the languages I used so far, looked into Rust code and got chills. I mean, Rust is a thing, that's for sure. The for Rust specifically, they used to have not to say you should learn Rust, but if it's a thing you want to do, there is the Rust book still. I found that a lot of the stuff that they had to talk about, they couldn't resist diving off into language writer esotericisms and CS-isms that my eyes glazed over and I'm like, oh my god, I don't care. Show me how to do this thing, please, so that I can start to learn. But overall, it was pretty good. And here, you can have a linky for that too. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Hey, no problem. You have a good day too. Have a great weekend. If it's still the weekend, wherever you are. There's also Rustlings for a good first few steps. Okay, cool. I haven't done Rustlings. I did a little bit of the Rust book. And I've forgotten all of it, I'm sure, by now. Cargo init. I remember Cargo init. That's about all. It's almost like an interactive little game for learning. Oh, that sounds kind of cool. I think that was... I remember looking at that now. But it was not updated yet when I looked at it, I think. Rustlings, I love this. Fantastic. Viewport doesn't seem to be a thing. Or at least it's not talked about. We might be able to look at... Let's go back to dialogue real quick. There's a full screen dialogue, which we don't want, right? A full window or a new window. But run full dialogue. So that hangs off of dialogue as well. Run main window. What's that? Creates a new main window from the body, runs it, starts the S main loop, waits for all windows to close. Okay, right. That is the deal there. Anyone deciding between languages, be advised that Rust will require you to think about your program structure, functions, algorithms a bit differently. Otherwise, you will keep running into problems with the strict compiler. If you want to get your project done quickly, more as a prototype, then it's maybe not the best first language. On the plus side, it will make you think about things which are generally useful to be aware of even in other languages. Yeah. I don't think I would suggest Rust for anyone's first language in any way, shape, or form, just because it's going to be too much of an elephant to eat, I think, for a lot of people. I think that Python or Go would be what I would tell people if they came to me and said, okay, I want to just learn to program. It would be one of those two that I would suggest they look at. And I'd probably lead more towards Python first. Just because things like pointers and stuff in Go are going to confuse somebody. That's going to trip them up when they see them. It's going to lead them down the pit of, I don't know anything, despair. Can I do this, though? Because it's a new... This is a new body. What happens? Just, you know, what happens? It depends. My biggest issues when learning Rust were my preconceptions from other languages that kept leading me down bad paths. Yeah. But I remember being new and how large the cognitive load was just to understand like a for loop, right? And without that grounding and the knowledge of how to even get started, it was really hard to progress beyond that stage. Perhaps as a first language unburdened by bad habits, it might be okay. At minimum, it's comparable to in complexity to C++ as a first language. Right, and I wouldn't tell somebody to learn C++ first either. I wouldn't advise them to. Like, if they were really dead set on it, and they said, look, I want to do this. Okay, great. I think Roadmap or Exorcism has a learning mode for C++, but I would tell them to be aware that you're really tackling a thing that's got a lot of extra bells and whistles, and it's going to be harder. You know, so if you get frustrated, it's okay to fall back. The main thing is to learn how to think like a programmer. Hey, my first real language was C++. Yes, I did BASIC and Pascal before that, but I didn't really understand what I was doing. But you started BASIC, what was the Quick Basic? Quick Basic was my first language, and yeah, I didn't really understand a lot of what I was doing, but I got comfortable with the ideas of like loops and where stuff goes to. Also taught a different friend Rust as their first language, and they were able to pull off their project. Went out of program after that, but now they're looking to get back into it. Okay, yeah. I mean, it's by no means impossible. It's just going to be harder. But also, they had you to lean on there, I'm sure, based on what you were saying earlier about your buddy that's learning front-end stuff, pinging you a lot, right? I was just recommended this video on my homepage. What does MUD stand for? Multi-User Dungeon. Think of Zork, but MMO. Mileage varies, yes, yeah. Mileage and resources that you have easy access to. I'm gonna just try to run this and see if... Oh, yeah, that does that, which is not exactly what I want. Not terribly surprising, but thanks. Yeah, you're welcome. And it also, apparently, makes things very confused. Probably because it only expects one main window. Should I do native Android development using Kotlin? I want to get into Android dev. I don't know, because I'm not an Android dev, so I don't have any wisdom to share with you there. Generally speaking, when I want to do a task, if that language is the answer for that task, then I would say yes. But if anybody in chat has a different take or a better take, a more informed take, I would defer to their wisdom. And I guess it would also depend on, do you want to make regular apps or do you want to make games for Android? I don't like Kotlin, but it's the language for Android. Yeah, that's what I hear. It used to be Java, right? I want to make apps. Yeah. Yeah, maybe tell us why do you want to get into Android dev? Yeah, that's a valid question as well, like to narrow down on. There's also some way now to write native Android apps with C#, if I recall correctly. Really? I know Flutter exists, but that's like a cross-platform deal, right? And there's a couple other frameworks like that. Under the hood, it's Java, but they recommend it, and I guess they will drop docs in future for Java. Gotcha. Yeah, I've heard good things about Kotlin in general. I've only looked at it a little bit. I looked at it when I was evaluating a tool for contract testing, and it seemed fine. The tool didn't seem fine. It built with test failures, so like I rejected that, but run dialogue. Some friends of mine were doing that. We worked on a crypto project back in 2017 or so. We picked C# as the language. I was actually one of the principal architects, and the UI folks on the team picked C# for mobile so they could use the core libraries. Huh. Interesting. Xamarin, it's called. Yeah, okay. I've heard the term Xamarin. I've seen it. And I feel like that used to be... Maybe I'm thinking of Mono. Yeah, Xamarin and nothing works. Just like Maui. See, Jazz, you know lots of things. Earlier you were saying, what do you know? You know that nothing works in Xamarin or Maui. So many things you know. Well, for us, it was pretty useful. Turned out into a functional iOS and Android app. I mean, yeah. Xamarin has mono under the hood. Gotcha. So we could do... Any reason why you want to make apps just for Android? Because it might be interesting to get into Flutter, as mentioned, to write code that compiles to native Android or iOS code. Yeah. I think even with Flutter, though, you still need to be part of the Apple ecosystem, right? Have an Apple device and pay for an Apple dev account to build it like that, right? Or am I mistaken? Were some fun computer science-y problems to solve in that project. I left it after there was a big push from the lead dev to go proof of work, which was the only thing we really wanted to avoid from the start. I mean, that's valid. Oh, here's what we can do. No, you don't have... I'm still proud of the entire testing framework I developed in friggin' PowerShell, which spun up multiple instances of the crypto software on the machine and connected them into a functional network, then ran tests against it. Nice. Maybe I should pull that out and package it as a separate project entirely. I mean, maybe. I guess the question I would have is, do you, like, is the payoff worth it over something like Vagrant or Terraform or something like that? Or more, like, is the juice worth the squeeze? We could get... We can get the parent, right? Which gives us a node. It would be useful if you're designing anything distributed. It was intended to be integration testing. Yeah. I worked on a big testing framework that was all Python. That was integration testing and end to end. Yes, it was published in the product, still going. Awesome. So we can get the parent as a node, but that's going to give us the edit bars parent, which we might actually already have. But from there, double check, we do have a frame. I don't have an iOS device and I want to learn app development just for fun. Yeah. Yes, you're right regarding the Apple Dev account. If performance is not the most important thing, progressive web apps might also be an option. Here I stop without knowing more about the use case. Yeah. Yeah. I don't have an iOS device and want to learn app development just for fun. Yeah. I mean, if something is going to get you excited about the project, then you should absolutely do that. Because that's going to be the biggest thing that's going to keep you learning when things get hard, and they're going to get hard. It's going to take a lot of work. There's going to be things that confuse the heck out of you and you got to really work through to get. And that's just kind of the nature of the thing. And having some excitement about the project is going to help kind of keep you motivated. I'm no longer on the Meet the Team page, but my fingerprints are still all over the Git repo. Lots of my code still lives on. That's always nice feeling. A number of jobs ago now, I took over a web scraping Python script that would scrape a ticket system website and then broadcast messages into a special channel to alert new ticket arrivals so that we stopped breaching SLAs, right? Because if you got distracted with another issue and an issue sat there unacknowledged, then you were in trouble. Hi, nice live. Can you tell me in what program is the best for coding website apps? What kind of website? Like, and in what program? Like a code editor or what? But I took over the script, and because it kept breaking after the guy left, they handed it to me. I had to keep fixing it because it was web scraping and they exist to be broken. I rewrote it into an actual proper like bot, and it used the REST API of the ServiceNow pages. Just program to code. The easiest, most freest thing is probably Visual Studio Code. There's also JetBrains, which is what I'm using here. This is Goland, but JetBrains has an IDE for just about everything, and some of them have community versions that you can use for free as long as it's not being something you're selling. But that bot, I left that job. They sent my job overseas, so I got laid off. And I lost touch with everybody that still worked there after a while, but to my knowledge, it is to this day still running unmaintained. WebStorm is good. Yeah. Yeah, I really like JetBrains products myself, but Visual Studio Code is also very popular, and I used it in the past, and it's fine. It's perfectly serviceable. I would recommend VS Code primarily because it's widely popular, so it's easy to find help if you run into problems. Yeah, that's a very good point, Ash. In Java, etc., because I'm going to college and I don't know what program install. By the way, I did Scraper and the website go down because I did bot that crash it. Ideally, you don't want to do that. You can get in some trouble. But yeah, that's the thing about code, is it's very easy to do things very fast. And if you do a stupid thing, which is very easy to do, you're going to do that stupid thing really, really, really fast. You'll find that you'll shoot yourself in the foot a number of times doing that. We were looking to try to get the parent. That's what I was doing. Parent, parent, parent. That's in the new, when we create a new edit bar, we get the parent. So that's that, which should be the split. New edit bar, editor main. So that is the split. Can I just give you... Yeah, it was 15. Yep, yep. What was the quote? To err is human, but to really mess things up, you need a computer. Yep. So if we get the parent here, oops, this is going to come back as a node, but we can as frame it, right? What if we did that? Would that give me... Ah, how you like them apples? It's not exactly centered, but it is in the middle. And I suspect that has to do with the fact that this is probably center, the origin of the object. When it comes to coding for Android, I listened to a wise man who said, "It is possible to make no mistakes and still lose." That wise man is Captain Jean-Luc Picard, and that clip is one of the most important lines he ever delivered on that show. Every so often, Jazz, you just slide in with a quiet indicator that you have exceptional taste in media. And the full quote, I believe, goes something to the effect of, "It is possible to make no mistakes and still lose. That is not a weakness, that is human." And I really hope I got that right. All right. Up until they fix the centering, which is a thing that they are working on, that's what we're going to do for that. It's a little bit wonky, but, you know, we'll just call it charming until somebody proves otherwise. Now, it's one little task accomplished that we need to tidy up. The other thing we want to do, that is life, or as I say in Android, dang it. Did I really get it wrong? Now I gotta know. This one says it is possible to commit no mistakes and still lose. That is not weakness, that is life. So we both had a word wrong, but we're right there. The Next Generation, I grew up with. That was my trek. And I did a rewatch of it. Like 8 years ago, maybe. It's been a while, and I should do it again. I started at the beginning and watched all the way through in release order from the start of the next generation through to the end of Enterprise, I think was the current. And like the first season of the next generation is kind of rough, but I appreciated a lot of things a lot more. Another wise man also said, in a game of chess, you can never let your adversary see your pieces. But you can always see your adversary's pieces. Not sure I know the origin of that quote, though. I assume that it's talking about misdirection. Like, they see the pieces that you want them to see, sort of thing, right? Zap Brannigan. Ah. Apparently I need to, like, watch all of Futurama again, too. Since we're talking about famous space captains. All right, that is done. When I think of Zap Brannigan, there are two things that come to mind immediately. The first is Champagne, and the other is specifically from Kif in the latter. You have your heroes, I have mine, right? Are you currently wearing a velour jumpsuit? Let's tackle this little room deletion bug now. That's going to live over here in Map Widget, where we handle that deletion signal that we just emitted. Data indeed is a hero trying to live like he does or will, right? Okay, so delete tile. We go through the tiles connections. That we update. But this updates them, which is also going to be a thing we need to revisit, I think. But remove room ID. This goes through the existing tiles, room connections. I think this actually does clean that up. I bet you we just don't actually pull the update in. Because I remember this. Because we have the idea of the transit that is kind of just a struct we build on the fly and don't really interact with directly. It's there to help tie everything together. Or not the transit, but the connection, rather. Transits live inside connections, so I think we actually do. If we were to this, we would need to go through the neighbors and update them instead of doing this. I thought we had a helper. Was it on room? No. We've done this before, though. We did this on update connection? No. Hmm. Was it in build connections? This is for the different directions. No. Wasn't in here either. We call update data on that. We do have to do that after we delete it, because otherwise it'll still be in there. Connection button. There we go. Yes, this. This gives us our connection tile widget. Which then we could call update on, right? In this case, con is also, yes, okay. So actually what we need to do is just do in range chords is this guys. Get connection buttons from location like that. Oops. Let's run that and see if we have then. I think I will go cook dinner, then eat it. So off to Lurkland for a while. Awesome. Have a wonderful dinner. All right, so our traditional room that we delete, we apply. We'll come out and back in just because. We'll delete, we'll confirm. Well, now it didn't do anything. Well, that ain't good. It's because I bet... What are you do? I do code. I do make mud game engine and map editor currently. This should not be the map tile. This should be button location. That's why. Oh, wait, no. You're a room tile. You have view chords. That's what you are. But that's private? Why would you be private? Because we just haven't used you yet. So that's why. Betcha. Ah, that's not what I want. This is what I want. Yeah, we just hadn't used this yet. Export you. Now, bon appetit. You making Dwarf Fortress? No. It's a mud. Dwarf Fortress is a different creature. Mud would be like, imagine Zork, but MMO. I want to apply that. I don't want to delete yet. Now I want to delete. You still are there. That must mean RuneScape? No. All right, this page is really annoying. Zork. And I don't remember anything about... There. See? This is Zork. Oh, it's probably open door. I can't open the door. Oh, one of those. Yes. One of those. Alright, so this must mean that we're not actually cleaning that up correctly. But that's a more robust way to do that anyway, so that's good who made that change. So now we need to make sure that delete tile, existing tile.room connections, remove room ID, delete that. For origin ID, destination transit in here. If the destination transit destination ID is this ID, then delete it. And we delete the origins here. That should take care of that. What if we... update data. Does the icons. Sets the connection icons. Connection direction. And this is my widget connections. This is the connection tile widget. This We need to look at the updater here, not that. So in the habit of looking at the Kojin docs now, digging for stuff. This needs to be the widgets button update. We call the update func as part of that though, which we pass in from here because we need to know a lot of things about the outside. We do that in tile handler. No. We do that up here when we create the map. Build connections is our updater. That's the wrong connection. Connection tile. When we create you, direction size, update func. Direction size, update func. So that means this gets packed up in there. Direction. I bet you we don't set direction correctly anymore after we clear. Oh, maybe. The we go through the connections. Well, we create the connections, I should say. Switch on the direction of the connection tile. Right, because it's horizontal or it's vertical. That makes sense. Or it's diagonal. We get the coordinates. We look at them and say whether or not they are map tiles and buttons and all that. Ultimately, we build we append to the connections. So we clear them here and rebuild them. So theoretically, that should be okay. Update data. We update, set the icons, and then update the UI. You would need to we'd need to see the underlying data here. And that would be a little tricky. Or come in here and we could just do... I want to do this. We need new lines after these. And that'll give us something to compare. The problem's going to be that... No, this should be fine. Delete you, apply that, delete you. We can look. How do I make that big? That big? Starting. I should do this better. It's be hard to read. That. Hey Mongoose, let's make a deal. This question bugs me since day 0. When you reach 100 followers, you tell us how long your hair is. I mean, it's not exactly a secret. Do you really want to wait until I reach 100 followers? Okay, so this we need to look for to the west. To the west here in starting, ending, nothing. I don't know. Well, I don't know. I don't know how long. Like, I've never measured it. It's long enough that I need this. We'll put it that way. If it'll show up. There you go. It is approximately this long. Well, it's too late. The delay got you. It's a mess because it's been in a ponytail and it's hot in here, so I'm sweaty right now. And headphone hair, but you know. Well, thank you. People think that I'm either a Linux admin or a black metal band member. Longer than yours? Awesome. It's been... I don't even know how long since I've had a haircut. I'm pretty sure this is as long as it just will be, ever. And then my parents tell me I have long hair. I don't even remember the last time I had a haircut. It may have been more than a decade. I just let it go. The last time I shaved my beard was much more recent. I tried to tidy it up once the last time I was job hunting, and I messed up, and it had to get real short, and it looked real weird. And then by the time it was that short, I had like another interview, so I wound up just shaving it completely, and I looked horribly, horribly weird. And then I had to let it grow back out again. Well, don't let anyone cut it, right? So we do clear you correctly. It's just that you're not, for some reason. Last time I had a haircut was 2022. Nice. I still remember the awkward length where it wasn't long enough to get into a ponytail, but it was long enough to be in my face constantly. And I would dread going through that again. Just, it was so miserable. I was uncomfortable always. As soon as it gets long enough to be in a ponytail, then it's all groovy from there. So, this seems like it's a UI bug. Well, no. I lied, it just collapsed on me. But it hid here. Yeah, it's a UI bug. It is UI. That's good, but also bad. Once you can get it tied up, you don't care anymore. Yeah, exactly. Sounds like you know my pain. Captain Chica. That's an awesome name. So we can take this out of here since we know it's behaving correctly. We don't need to be noisy about it. We do an update on you guys, so that must mean that this function here and it's going to be because we still have the connection stored, which is correct. It is still a horizontal button. We get the left neighbor still, if it's in bounds. It's still a room tile widget. Oh, that's not... We can't do that because it's not in a... It's in a switch, it's not in a loop. Talking about good captains, Captain Chica would definitely travel to Ryza. Captain Chica probably runs a cruise ship business on Ryza. Yummers. Sounds like it was a good dinner. What'd you have? we need to... We do that here. We find valid transits between the two. Had some halloumi fries in the freezer, chucked them into the air fryer. Nice. There's another YouTube channel that I sometimes watch during dinner. And it's an Australian guy who goes on hikes and stuff, right? And he often brings and cooks halloumi. And in the US, halloumi is almost unheard of. Like, nobody I've ever talked to knows what the heck halloumi is. But because he was always making it and talking about it, I got curious, and I found it one day in a store, a grocery store. And I just made it up. And I think I had like rice and stuff on the side. And it was awesome. But I can never find it. So we find valid transits because we do have, well, no. We check for nil here. But we don't nil the tile, I bet. Yep, or maybe a nice feta and a salad or a sandwich. Yeah, you can get feta here. That's more known. I don't do a ton of feta. I liked how halloumi was like substantial. It was like it was a bite, you know. Ireland has less choice than I'm used to, but there's still some if you know where to look. Gotcha. My problem is that, like, I usually aim for small towns because I like to stay in small towns. They're quieter, right? I'm not a big city person. And so you get less choice. Use NeoVim. No, thank you. You're welcome to use NeoVim. If that's your jam, you should totally do that. Delete tile. Deletes you, and then... Not equals equals, just equals. If we nil you, then everything should work. Oh no, I made you cry. I mean... I'm sorry, but... Okay, and then we delete you. Magic. Found it. I mean, back home, cheese making and cheese enjoying are a big part of culture, so there's a whole large, big selection everywhere, like shelves and shelves of different cheeses. Here in Ireland, there's shelves and shelves of cheddar, and then very little else. Yeah. Yeah. You get a lot of that here. And it's also really regionally dependent in the US. If you're in the southern sides, the middle southern and the western southern, because we're very close to Mexico, there's a lot of people of Mexican descent here, right, in the areas down there, or immigrants. And so you have Mexican cheeses available to you. If you're someplace where there's not a lot of that, then there's less selection of that cuisine, right? So it's really dependent on where you go, what kind of things you can get easily. It's really interesting kind of just to go look at what's available in the area. Like right now, where I am, you can buy like full-on just Mexican soda brands that I've never heard of before because I'm pretty far south right now still. But then when I go, when I start heading east, there'll be less of that, and there'll be stuff like Buc-ee's and stuff like that that's really just like Americana, because you're like in the middle of the country, right? And then there'll still be like Tex-Mex is a huge thing in Texas, right? So when I go back to Texas, that'll be everywhere. There'll be lots of barbecue. Real programmers use Helix Editor. It's a better Vim written in Rust. Crying and lactose intolerant. Aw. That's unfortunate, but, I mean, there's still lots of other delicious things to eat. Will I lie? Real programmers use a magnetized needle and a steady hand, right? What was that article that went viral? Called everybody who used anything was a quiche eater. Side note, quiche. There's also a delicious food. Okay, so that fixes that bug. Happy with that. After yesterday, I feel much better about seeing forward progress today. How did you? Somehow I got everything all backwards here. Making sure we nailed the tile. I guess I forgot to pull that. Of course, then there's the real pros who program by Butterfly. Who gets the reference? Like Butterfly Effect? I don't think I've heard of that before, other than in the context of the butterfly beating its wings in South America causes a hurricane or whatever. Look up XKCD number 378. There is truly an XKCD for all things. This is explain XKCD. What? What nonsense. Take me to the real. To the true XKCD. There we go. Nano, real programs use Emacs. Real programs use Vim, Ed, Cat. Ah, yes. Yep. Of course, there's an Emacs command to do that. I love XKCD. I forgot about that one. I've been bad at keeping up with it for a while, but some of my favorite things ever live there. There's another one that reminds me of. Every change breaks someone's workflow. Straight into your repertoire. Nice. Sure, we nailed the tile in the UI when we delete it. Good old CXMCM butterfly. Right? The XKCD Upgoer 5 is one of my favorite things ever on the internet. The first time I saw this, I died laughing. There you go. Drop a link for y'all. You know, they actually did add that command to Emacs after the XKCD comic. Nice. What does it... What do they use for butterfly, and what does it actually do? this task done, we pushed it. We need to start thinking about... I lied. We have one more little annoying thing. It says amazing physics going on, then claims it has flipped one bit on your hard drive, doesn't tell you which. Nice. That's amazing. Let's clear that out just for my sanity. We'll run this again. So, if we delete a connection from a room to another room, we'll do our traditional. And then selecting another tile will leave rooms that were connected before set as selected visually. I need to not delete it from there. I need to delete it from here. That. And then selecting another tile. Oh, deleting all connections. I should read the notes I left for myself, how to repro. You know, that would help. Yes, okay. Also, if you're in the mood for Easter eggs, try to Google for Emacs or Vim. Oh, that's the one where it says, do you mean Emacs or do you mean Vim? Do you mean the other one, right? This is going to be in our clear selections. Maybe. Hang on. Yeah, it's got to be in our or no, it's because when we click on a new thing, we call clear selections entirely. We need a selected tile to clear that. Or when we select a connection, origin and destination in the update data, when we clear, we have origin and destination here, so we just need to hang on. You guys are. So we need to say, don't care about the index. But do we want to do this from here, or do we want to go from whatchamacallit? from just selected connections. We already looped through these guys. Oh yes, okay. We do this. And this is because WTH, there is a Church of Emacs. I'm not surprised. It's because when we delete you, we remove you from selected connections, right? Button bar. Dispatch the message. If we get updated back, or sorry, if it has been updated, we need to delete here. There we go. We just yeet a delete in there. But that should be fine. We should defer select connection and tile here. So in the case of a connection, yeah, we do end up back here. We update the data. We filter out deleted connections. Here. If we clear them here, clear their selected state, and then we omit them, theoretically that should take care of the problem. So if we delete you, deselects, perfect. As it should, because there's no connection, right? Or am I wrong? Should this still remain? Should it still highlight them to indicate that this connects? Because that visually indicates which two tiles you're connecting if you're messing with these guys. But then if you do have a connection, and I forgot to do that, then you click on that and it's back again. I think this makes sense. I think. What do y'all think? There's nothing that sets this as selected, which we might want to take a look at. But in cases where you have the rooms selected, not sure on that. Take this back out of here real quick. Clear selections. This only works if there is a cleared selection, but we could also do it here, I suppose. That would ensure we got them all. I think we could even do away with this. That still leaves... It doesn't select... Okay. It's because we're basing them on origin and destination and not the neighbors. Right. That makes sense. Oh, I forgot to... One of those should be origin. I messed up. Grabbed the wrong one. I think that'll fix the one left over. This probably makes more sense because this is where I'd expect to see things being cleared, right? And then here... nope, we still do it because there's no connections left in there. What we'd have to do... It's that guy. We got rid of that again. And we went back to doing the cleanup down here. That would clean that up. And then if we did connection tile here, did a styler on it when we created it that said actually, I don't think I need it else. I think that Cogent takes care of that. Unless I'm misremembering how that works. We could do that and then... Is it not focus? You're focusable. Oh, right, because this is... I always forget that this lives... Each button has its own base because the layouts are just so different. We need to do that. Make sure it's on the horizontal one. And do vertical because we're there, we might as well. Hmm. Oh, because I took out the... Hmm. Hmm. Don't like having the clear logic in multiple places like that. If we did that, it should work correctly. I just don't like it. We don't get our selected border that I was hoping for either. And that might be the on-click. That. Hmm. Now that is the button. How do I want to do this? We could store... we could store references to the buttons that are neighbors, I suppose, when we build this. And then just worry about the UI only, which kind of makes sense, right? because tying it to the presence of the data gets messy in a hurry because we delete the data kind of willy-nilly, which we should be able to, right? The button should be able to figure out for itself how to handle that. And then we would be able to call like a clear selections or something here. That would make a lot more sense, I think. Be a lot nicer to use. Update func is that you feed me my on-click handler, which gets the new widget. The on-click handler, in this case, is the connection handler, which makes sense. Because map widget knows about the broker, so it's saying, hey, gives it this callback essentially. Tell you what, I'm going to take a quick break, use the restroom, get a beverage, and I'll be right back. Figure out what I want to do about this. I think I want the logic to live in here, but I got to think a little bit. So, be right back, just a minute. Okay. Beverage acquired. So, when I do this, I set up my update func, which will put connections into me. Which is an origin and destination. Those are both tile wrappers. So I could still do that. But and we just looked at this, when I build the connections, when I come back in here, I don't add you if the tile is nil. We could still do that, though. We would run find valid transits. We would have to check for nil here, but that'd be fine. What am I making? This is the map editor for a MUD server engine. And here... we'd have to build the... we have to make sure we don't have a nil map here. But everything else would still work with regards to that. I'm new to programming, I have no idea. It would be like Zork, if you were to play Zork on the internet with your friends. And now you're going to tell me you don't know what Zork is. And I'm going to have to find that page I had. This one. This is Zork. And I need to use the right words. Yeah, I don't know what that is either. Yep, This is what video games were when computers were very, very bad. Might behoove you to put a short description on the live stream. You know, it might, but there is also the internet. If somebody didn't want to ask, then they would Google. But I find that a lot of times people just want to have a thing to say, to participate, a way in to the conversation. So I just explain myself over and over again, which is fine. Like, there's an XKCD about this. This one. So people get to be part of today's Lucky 10,000, and they get a way to kind of introduce themselves to to participate with a low barrier to entry in chat, and if I answer them, then they feel like they're you know, they matter, and maybe they stick around and they hang out more and they have more things to say because there was that invitation. That's my theory anyway. We'll see how it works. But if I give the same explanation every time, it gets boring. So I have to come up with new ways, right? So I get bored. So if we were to still store the neighboring buttons, this would still leave us with no valid transits if there's no map tile. So that's probably fine. I think I like that. And then what we could do is we can say off of our connection tile, we could do which is just a widget in this case. Could say highlights tiles. Is this Java? No, this is Golang or Go. Meh, I gotta go. Lurking until next time. Thank you, Mongoose, and y'all have a nice day. See you tomorrow. Have yourself a good night. Enjoy your lurk. So if we did that, then this could say connections dot state selected and I didn't do that right. This should be destination. And we'll have duplicate states set, but I don't think I really care. It doesn't matter, I don't think. Let's call you select just select tiles, maybe. Maybe that's fine. And then another one that looks almost exactly the same. Clear tile selection. Like so. Thank you and bye-bye. Bye-bye now. Bye-bye. And then or maybe select tiles bool. Oh, that's an interesting idea. I like that idea. You've got a good brain, Ash. And then we can just yank out these checks. Leave you spaced up a little bit. I think that's all of them. Make the map. Same could be said for any other set clear set of methods. I prefer to do them with a bool argument, but only if they are pretty much copies of each other. Yeah, it makes sense. And then this is that. Actually, yeah, this is right. And then if wrong way though, this should be if it's not nil. Then we do this. I guess we could just if else this. That would probably make a little bit more sense because we gotta have it either way. No. That doesn't make sense because I have to define it. Yeah. That's I think that works. No, it does not work. I broke it. Something else must be using... It's getting a little dusty out there. I need to go close the windows. Hang on, one sec. There we go. I will miss the airflow, but I could taste it. Dust in the air. It's kicked up. Not as bad as it did for a second there, but it's just kind of like a low-level dustiness now. Okay, so something else is using the connection tiles connections and not nil checking. .201 in connection tile. Map widget go 438. Missed that one. But why? .601. Ah, right. We can't do that. Because we rely on being able to get a cardinal too, right? Silly me. So what you should actually do get rid of that. Put this essentially back to how we had it, but I think we can put this down here, and this can just be guarded by if the tile of the origin wrapper isn't nil, then we'll check. This, if the destination tile wrapper isn't nil, then we can check. This depends on I guess we can't have one without the other. Oh, that's not nor, but a... Which, okay, yeah, we did check both before, too. We didn't come in here if we didn't have... if either one was nil. That makes sense. This needs to be defined outside here, though, so that it's just an empty list. And so far that works. We're not using the new select yet, but this just restores us to the working state that we had before. Okay, perfect. So now in here where we set selected connection, instead of doing this, and then update is connection update data. Ooh, we don't have... That's fine. We don't need it in here. We need to just say this up here with the connection widget, which we have. Perfect. And then in clear, that's the only thing we did here, so we don't even need that anymore. Unless I've screwed up, which is entirely possible. I've screwed up. Select tiles. Mm-hmm. Can't go connections. Because... Crap. I forgot about that. This doesn't get... built correctly. Because it's nothing. Because the tiles are nil. We didn't preserve them. So... how we want to get these in. Because this is kind of core to a lot of things to know how to correctly build that. But because this takes the widget, the connection tile, we can store... So let's roll this part back. Leave this as it was. And we'll leave this part as it was. But does it still make sense to have this wrapper if we don't use the button? Or do we still use the button? We'll have to look at that in a minute, but we can still use this function to populate the knowledge of its neighbors' buttons. We can do associated tiles, let's call it, which is just the buttons. And then this just goes to like that. And we can say, instead of con, we'll call you tile. So when we come through here, we'll find the valid transits still, but we'll also say dot. Is this not? Oh. Associated tiles. We'll append the origin wrapper button. Probably makes sense to do this up here when we validated that it is a thing. And then we do the same thing here, but for, oops. Destination wrapper. Oops, not that one. This one. We kind of abuse the concept of origin and destination for the diagonals, but that's fine. We can just abuse it in the same exact way. We really just need to know who our associated tile buttons are. And because we check both directions later on, everything just works out. In theory. We'll find out. Okay. What's going on there? Action widget, select tiles false. Oh, this should probably be that. Which I don't think is going to matter, but just for the sake of correctness. And because theoretically we might be able to pull out the reference to the button if we don't use it anymore. Just make sure nothing blew up when I did that. Okay. Now we just need to know, and I bet you it's just the button not updating. It was. Oh, that doesn't bode well. Something is deeply unhappy. Am I... do... Ah, I didn't clear it. That's important. This needs to not be added to every time. That's why it was freaking out. Give you a new list. And I guess we could do... No, because this might not exist. We need to do it this way, because if you're on the edge, it won't exist yet. So we can just rebuild it when we rebuild your connection state. That's fine. Probably. Hopefully. And then if we were to delete that, those would remain selected. Clicking off would fix them. You can go away. We don't actually need you. Do we need the update? Now that we fixed that other bug, though. Yeah, we'll still need that. Because we used to call... Or did we? So we update after this, but we already know that there's something wonky with button updates going on. So we just update them. That's fine. We set their state, we update them. Tell them to restyle themselves. I think this is the approach I'm happiest with so far. For that. Because it still makes sense that they should even if you got no connections in here, like that helps you to visually identify what is connected to this tile. That's my theory. Now let's see. What would happen if we got rid of that? Actually, hang on. Let me back up. Let's leave that. Let's do map widget edit bar architecture tile. Yeah, that makes sense. Drive connection tile selection off of UI elements instead of the underlying data so that we can still select the associated tiles when there is no connection and deselect them when we have removed the connection. Now that we have that, it's very easy to just come in here and go get rid of these. And if everything sucks, we just roll back with a git reset. Or restore. One of the R words. Does anything in here use you now? We do, but only just to put you in. Let's see. Okay, fantastic. Now that that's out of there, we can actually remove the tile wrapper entirely. This just has, what was it? It's game map tiles. And as long as this specifically their pointers, because we're working with that. Looks like I have everything well in hand anyway. It's only 10 p.m., but I'm thinking I want to get an early start tonight on those Z's. I mean, you know, this is more what I'm comfortable with, like the data manipulation stuff, so it makes sense. But like you're always welcome, even if you don't, think I need your good brain. But yeah, have yourself a wonderful evening, and we'll catch you next time. I'll be here tomorrow. It's because you are still at... I have to fix this in a minute, but that's fine. Can wait. We'll finish this up. Oh, it feels so good to delete code. You are going to be a tile. Which means we don't need that. We'll change these names in a minute, too, to make them better. Then we don't need to reference the tile aspect of them, which is fantastic. This is because this is the diagonal, so we have to reset them when we go to the other direction. These could actually just be nil. That is quite sufficient, I believe. And actually, I think we can do that up above, too. No, that's a var. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And then this becomes origin tile. This is destination tile now. We still do need to save this because we use it down here. So that's fine. Then we can come back over here and fix these up real quick. This just needs to be this. This just needs to be this. If we delete all the letters, but not the punctuation, it'll work correctly. This gets all cleaned up. Love that. This gets cleaned up, which I also love. These things were getting long and scraggly. I'm really, really glad to see them becoming more sane. And think anything there. I don't think anything in here. I think we're just good. Let's find out. See if anything blows up. Check all that. Anywho. And that does nothing. We need to probably think about that a little bit, but that's fine. Oh, it's so good. So good. Love it. Okay. I think that is successful. Double check. Connection tile, edit bar, map widgets. Yes. Remove tile wrapper struct that is no longer needed because we track associated tiles independent of connections now. Loves it. Okay. Let's go. Put this into the done column. That's done. What do we tackle next? We got a couple things to think about here. I really want to get around to replacing these icons. Eventually. But I need to go remember how to use Inkscape. And make sure that that's actually the correct tool for this application to make an icon. I believe it is, because it's an SVG, right? So, theoretically. The other thing we need to do is open up our mockup. We need this. We need this. We also have all of this zooming and scrolling to worry about too eventually, but let's kick that down the road a little bit because that's going to be hard, I think. And after yesterday, I'm in the mood for some easy wins. Kind of build a little momentum again before we crash into that. That's what I'm thinking. Make sure that Twitch is not freaking out right now real quick too. Think we're okay. All right. I suppose we could do... You just do a basic quick layout for these to get the... This is already kind of started. But we could build up that similar to what we've done here. I kind of think that... Kind of like the idea of having a dividing line like I kind of have here. Not on this, but over here. For that header. We could do that really quick. Before we get too stuck into anything else. And that might kind of help us to get a height for the center bar. For this. Not sure. It should be easy to undo if we decide we don't like it anymore. So that's fine. Let's do in edit bar. It's going to be in the header. Create header right here. I think sides corners from the given list of 0 to 4 values is 0 value provide all sides corners hit to 0. One value provided all sides corners hit to that. 2 top left, bottom right. So this needs to be 0 0 because they do this in a wonky way. 2 2, I think. Kind of, but not really. That was like a hard outage right there real quick for my internet. Lost connectivity for a brief moment. That was fun. Not in the best reception area. Let's see if things are coming back. Looks like YouTube came back. Twitch, are you back? I think Twitch is back. Sorry about that. Not much I can do about it, though. Think there's anything in the way out there. Anywho, so I kind of got what I wanted, but when I first loaded it, it was wonky. Yeah, I don't want this. Why are you there? But as soon as I select it, nope. Before it went away, now it doesn't. Okay, that's fun. They claim corners, but I'm suspicious that this is sides. That would match what my head wants to do. Of course, I'm not right. So confused as to why that would be that way, but okay. Make you 0, you 2. That gives me what I want. Nice little divider. And let's also do... Let's kick that up a little bit and then... This needs to be this way if we do this. I think... Yeah. Can I actually do... I could do... Could do that instead. That'd be easier to read. Oops. More explicit. There. And click on a thing. Yeah, we get a little bit more separation. don't think I like that up there so much. Go back to 2 and 2. Should probably standardize these all to one unit. I'm pretty happy with that. Let's do that. And that. I think they're going to be different, but we'll just adjust them. That way they're all the same thing. EM doesn't really make a sense because that's based on fonts of the parent, but there's no real font in the parent, so... Alright, so that gives us that. We probably want to make this like... What if we just did that? That's a little closer to what I want. What if we call G40? Oops. All around. Yeah. Beautiful. Love that. We'll do a quick... add line. Actually, we just call it what it is. Bottom order to header to delineate the... What do I call you? Form area better? Sure. Standardize to DP for padding and margin in header. Like so. Now, what we're going to want to do let's get the top menu kind of laid out in place. Does that make sense? Probably kind of. The problem is right now map widget is just in the middle. But that really shouldn't have a menu bar type thing as part of it, right? It doesn't make sense. It's not the same concern. So I think what we should do in theory is to put a frame in there instead of the app widget directly. This is a placeholder templates frame. This actually we can just do center split is a new frame in editor main. Map widget gets center split, and we can just do a quick Um, and we need, otherwise it'll just be empty, right? So we need to give it a styler and then be able to say we'll set them in size. You are going to be 100% of your parent width, 33% of your parent height. That's going to be way too much. How about 20? Even that's going to be a million. 10%. We want you to be small, just for a placeholder, and then s dot color. Nope. This is colors dot scheme dot background. No, not background. Success. The base color. And then this gets center split, so this becomes kind of a logical unit there. That should give us just like a base quick test layout to build from. And it does. And I got that size real close to right. I love it. Fantastic. And then you scrolled independent inside of there. Fantastic. I love that. The thing we need to do now is pull this out. So we have these lovely guys. We'll do a new directory. Menu bar. And similar to how we've done here. Menu bar go. Packages menu bar. Fantastic. And what did we, how did we, we've just done a new map widget, new edit bar, new frame, okay. Right, that's just a framey frame. New edit bar, so this should just be new menu bar. This is going to take a parent, which is a node, just because that's how they kind of want to be. It'll return, ultimately, a frame. Then we can put in here all of this. We'll leave it there just because it'll be easier. This now no longer takes center split. It takes parent. And if we spell it correctly, it'll even work. And then this, we can come over here. Do that. Like so. Then this just becomes new menu bar, center split, that's our frame holder. All that goes away. This kind of becomes a block. Should look the same, but we've pulled it out. And it does. So now we can start doing stuff and also things within this package itself. So we need to think about how do we want to deal with this? This is essentially just going to send signals into our message bus. Because map is going to need to save itself, which is fine. Because map has a reference to its underlying data structure. We don't have that outside of map. Nor should we, right? Makes sense. Let's get the UI laid out first. We're going to need some docs. And we want... There's a thing for this. It's called a... Not a split. I think it's in style. I think it's this one. Maybe it's not. I always forget where this thing is. Style. Are you on button? Ugh. No. You are in... Where are you? Maybe you are in button. Nope. You're in frame. Stretch. I'm going to... If we did... I'm just going to use their example. If we did... another one, this should put them both at the other side, right? And it does. Okay, fantastic. That's exactly what we want. For free! So here, if we look at our mock-up, first, oh my gosh, first and foremost, get out of there. We have two buttons here. Whether or not we keep them, I don't know yet, but we can do is give it a new button. That's the parent. Sure. We don't actually need to give it a name yet. That. And then docs go to not separator, stretch. That. And then we can do that. That should give us kind of everything we want as a start, right? Okay, fantastic. That's a little bit wonky, but whatever. Oh, not that. We're going to get rid of that. We're going to do that. That. And then we're going to do zero the radius on the border. And we're going to make you a little bit padded out just for the sake of having you set horizontal. So you're wider. Don't necessarily need to be taller. This that for now, zero you. I actually want this to be what is the correct core dot button action? That. That. These, we can just do the same thing real quick. You can be this for now. That should get us something kind of nice. Hopefully. Except for you have not. You've not centered. Ah. Why you have not centered? believe the example for this is actually using buttons. Center all. New frame. Center all. Oh, we didn't grow. Okay, that's right. It doesn't know how big it needs to be or can be. But fortunately, here... Oh, right. Okay. Oops. That. You give you a max and tell you to grow. Think. Not so much, no. Now everything crazy. Okay. Oops. Copy you. We'll just min and max. So that you have a fixed size. Put a frame in you. Like so. I don't like this name, but we'll change it in a minute. You're just button wrapper now. Then you... You just grow. Fill your parent frame. And then, oops, we need to put... this... down here. Still not. What? Take a look at the inspector. What am I doing wrong here? Here that. Okay. Did I do something messed up here? Frame, style, grow all. Okay. I guess I... Could I do that and this in here? Because theoretically... map is going to claim some space for itself, right? Not enough, though. Just the stuff inside the buttons. And that brakes map too. I would need to... New map widget. We set you to grow. %of your width. 90% of your height. Okay, that would... What the heck happened there? Double scrollies going on. Leave that alone. Let map grow to fill the rest of the space. That fixes that weirdness. We just now need to figure out why you're not centered like you're supposed to be. Style. Center, center, auto. Center, center, auto. Center, center, auto. Center, center, auto. Don't think this would be order of operation dependent, but that is a difference between that frame, styler, center roll. You're not using grow anymore. Hmm. I note they're not using Escher buttons. This shouldn't matter, but I'm a little confused as to why it's not laying out correctly, so we'll just do that and see. Hmm. Theoretically, we don't need that since we're not growing anymore. I wonder if we didn't have the stretch in there, because I noticed when I was looking at the inspector that showed the full height. Just for fun. Huh. You serious? My god. Okay. What if we did this? That. I don't know if the center all will get inherited. We'll just see. These are going to need to... do that. Oops. So that they grow to fill up their parent space. Okay, so center all didn't get inherited, that's fine. And do this just so we know that that doesn't get any bigger, because that would break stuff. And that'll give us the layout we want, more or less. Actually, that's less, because don't want to center it all. I want this one to be align content center. I want this to be content center, and then s.justify content styles n to push it to the right. It's the theory anyway. And it did work. Okay, fantastic. We can do now. How did we just do this on header? Create header. Order that with the bottom dot set. Order that with the bottom dot set. And then this was dot. I lied. I think it's a float. Float first. Yeah. Yep. I think we did. It was display pixels. I think it was 4. It was okay. Gives us that. I'm thinking that I would like... just a little bit of padding on the horizontal for the wrappers there. Here, let's say s dot set horizontal. Give them just a little bump in, so they're not quite so squished up to the edge. Yeah, I like that. This needs to be up just a skosh. It's gonna move. Okay. We need to make this responsive too, because that's what's happening here. Is this when it resizes? It's a percentage of the parent height. We need to make this a percentage of the parent height. That's fine. We can do that instead of padding it up, right? But let's get this in real quick here. Sure. Yes. Rough in top menu bar UI layout. And that is going to put us past the 4-hour mark. I stream for 4 hours. Do that unless I get wrapped up in things, but I'll be back again tomorrow around about the same time. So if you're here now and you were here a minute ago, you show up around the same time or earlier. You'll be fine. 4 hours before now. And if not, hey, you know what? We'll see you next time. And if not, then have a great week anyway, right?